Well, good afternoon, colleagues. We are in for a special visit today. We're welcoming L'Arche London to join us to sing the national anthem. L'Arche London was founded in our city 20 years ago. It's an organization that's faith-based, and it focuses on creating home support and services for people with intellectual disabilities in over 40 countries around the world. L'Arche London is composed of 3 local homes where people with and without intellectual disabilities create community together. And L'Arche is currently growing. Many of you joined myself and also joined Councillor Hopkins for the groundbreaking over in Lambeth, where they're constructing the Gathering Place in southwest London. So the Gathering Place will provide new opportunities for day participation with local citizens with intellectual disabilities, and these programs are going to support vocational, educational, and social growth and inclusion. So thank you so much, L'Arche London, for joining us here today. Colleagues, if you could please rise for the singing of the national anthem. Thanks for coming back to City Hall. It's good to see you. Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Matt. What's yours? Well, thanks again to L'Arche London for joining us here. That was a pretty special moment here in Council Chambers, and I'm so pleased they were able to make the trip downtown. Colleagues, I'll look for a disclosure of pecuniary interests. Councillor Park.
Thank you. Bylaw number 423 pertaining to a boulevard parking arrangement, as my family owns a neighboring property.
And Councillor Morgan.
Yes, I have 2 conflicts. They're spread actually throughout the agenda. They center around number 5 and number 6 on the corporate services report. And number 6, which is an expropriation of land along Western Road. There are parcels of land that are owned by my employer. This also refers to item 3 in the communications, as well as Bill 421. So I'll be declaring a conflict on all those. And number 5 of the corporate services report refers to an item in that submission that relates to my employer and may have financial benefit for them. So I'll be declaring on that as well.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else? Okay. Colleagues, what we're going to do in a moment, we'll move into closed session. It's 4:10 now. I'd like to be out no later than 5:10. We have a couple of matters that are of particular interest to the public this evening, both the street check recommendation that's coming out of committee and also the vehicle for hire recommendation that's coming out of committee. So what I'm going to propose when we come out of our in-camera session is that we move a couple of things around on the agenda. We'll deal with the street check matter first. We'll deal with the vehicle for hire matter second, and then we'll proceed through the committee meeting agendas as follows. There will also be a couple of other sort of procedural things that we'll have to do with communications to make sure that the communications that have been forwarded end up where they need to go. But with no further ado, we will move through the agenda review of the confidential matters to be considered in public. There are none. And so now I'll look for a motion for council to go into closed session for the reasons that are included on the added agenda. And I'll also look to Councillor Park. Did you have another reason that you wanted to add?
Thank you. I was wondering if I could get a change in order to bring forward an emergent motion.
Sure. Okay. So
Beg pardon, an
are
inquiry.
you looking to bring forward an inquiry?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay. So let's look for that then. We need a motion for change in order. Thank you, Councillor Park, for moving that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hubert, for seconding. Let's call the question. Did you want to introduce your motion once we report out on the vote here? I'll just ask the Deputy Clerk to do it, unless the Clerk can make it back to her desk in time. Councillor Park, if I could just get you to turn your mic off for one moment, thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 10-0, noting that Councillor Helmer voted yea manually.
Okay, great, Councillor Park.
Thank you, colleagues. 2 weeks ago at council, I made an inquiry as to the status of a hiring of a new city solicitor, and it was advised at that meeting that tonight we would hear that information. So as of that inquiry, I'd like to bring forward a motion for leave pursuant to section 11.4 of the council procedural bylaw. Leave be given to add to council in closed session matter to receive information with respect to a matter pertaining to personnel matters, including information regarding an identifiable individual, including a municipal employee, with respect to employment related matters, advice or recommendations of officers and employees of the corporation, including communications necessary for that purpose and for the purpose of providing instructions and directions of officers and employees of the corporation.
Okay, so that motion is now up on screen, moved by Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. Don't see any speakers, so let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 11-0.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to bring forward a motion to add an additional reason for going in camera, as I already said very longly and windedly.
Longly. It's a word today. Okay, we'll pop that up on screen. Moved by Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Van Holst. Any discussion? Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 11-0.
Okay, colleagues, let's go in camera. We're going to go to committee room 3 today, and we will be in camera no longer than 1 hour. When we come back out into public session, I'll let those watching from home know whether we have to go back in at the end of the meeting to finish up the business at hand.
We need the motion for input.
So what we'll do right before that is we're going to call the motion to go in camera for all the reasons, including the added. It's a small matter of a motion. Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hubert. Any discussion? Let's call the question. All those in favor? We're voting. Okay, colleagues, see you in Committee Room 3.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 11-0. And there are 2 additional reasons as a result of last night's SPPC meeting, which I would like to read into the public. A matter pertaining to employees' negotiations and personal matters involving identifiable individuals who are municipal employees with respect to employment-related matters and advice and recommendations of officers and employees of the corporation, including communications necessary for that purpose, and for the purpose of providing directions to officers and employees of the corporation and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a matter pertaining to reports, advice, and recommendations of officers and employees of the corporation concerning labor relations and employee negotiations in regard to one of the corporation's associations or unions, and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We are back in public session. Welcome to the members of our community who are here to, I believe, review the council debate on 2 agenda items. I said at the beginning of the meeting what I would do is, and the clerk has prepared this, just do a couple of procedural loop-de-loops to make sure that we can deal with the matter of street checks first and the matter of vehicles for hire second. Those will be our first agenda items that we deal with, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the public agenda. I assume that for the folks that are here, you're here for one or the other or both of those matters. So I'm just going to ask the clerk to walk us through the steps that we need to take as we work our way through here. The first, of course, will be confirmation and signing of the minutes of the 22nd meeting held on November the 8th. So if we could get that up on screen, we'll look for a mover and a seconder, please. Okay, up on screen. Can we open that up, please? Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hubert. Any discussion? I'm going to call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
Okay, Clerk Saunders, can you just take us through the next couple of steps that we need to take so we can get these communications and petitions to where they need to be?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Westlake Power will put up change in order motions, so it'll be that pursuant to section 6.4 of the council procedure bylaw, the order of business be changed as follows. And I understand you would like the street check done first. Yep. So that would be to permit consideration of clause 11 of the 16th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee and related communication and petition number 4. Having to do with the first report of Diversity, Inclusion, and Anti-Oppression Advisory Committee as it relates to Part C of the report to be considered. I'm assuming you would like to do that now, yes, immediately.
Let's pick that up.
And then B would be to permit consideration of item 2 contained in stage 10, deferred matters having to do with the proposed vehicle for hire bylaw to be considered immediately following the first matter.
Okay, and then we have to do the communications first as well. We have to refer the communications.
I contain the
Okay.
petitions within
So
that.
let's get step 1 then up on the screen, please. Okay, so we've got the first portion of that up. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hubert, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Let's call the question. Open up that vote. We're voting.
Councillor Hopkins. Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
And so I'll look to the committee chair to present this, please, and I'll ask Deputy Mayor Hubert if you could please take the chair and start a speakers list as well.
If I could confirm with the chair, I believe I'm putting all of 11 on the floor, which is the report of the, it's the first report of the Diversity, Inclusion, Anti-Oppression Advisory Committee. So I believe I got some confirmation putting all of 11 on the floor.
Okay, thank you. I'm starting a speaker's list. I have Councillor Park and the mayor first, okay?
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Hubert. Colleagues, it is time to call for a ban on carding here in London. Colleagues, I'm going to ask you today to stand with me, to stand with the committee who supported this unanimously in a 6-0 vote. This issue has been percolating here in London and across Ontario for quite some time. I've maintained personally that I simply cannot support any practice that is inherently biased or one that violates or has the potential to violate an individual's Charter of Rights. It's taken me time to get to this point, but my position has developed. My position has evolved. And I've heard more and more about the harm that this practice can have. People of color, visible minorities, are 3 times more likely to be stopped on the streets here in London than a white person. That is a fact. That is a statistic from the London Police Service. The Police Service Act requires the London Police Service to provide community-oriented police services in a manner that reflects the needs of the citizens of London. And by supporting the recommendation that the chair has just brought forward, we can convey very clearly to the London Police Service Board that our community does not agree with the practice of carding, the practice of street checks. We are the voice of the community as this city council in so many ways. And this statement, if we support what's before us right now, will send a powerful message. So I urge you to support the recommendation that's before us. I urge you to support the recommendation that was passed unanimously, 6-0 at committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll go to Councillor Park.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. The first thing I'd like to say is thank you to Councillor Salif for bringing this conversation forward in our first year of office. At that time, I said that I supported that end to this practice, which I vehemently agree with the principle behind. As it's already been said, it is a significant violation of one's charter's rights when we talk about security against unreasonable search and seizure and not to be arbitrarily detained or imprisoned. I think it's incumbent upon this community to truly educate our population as to what their rights are. If they are stopped for a reason that is deemed an arbitrary stop, they do not have to divulge any information at that point. That is their right to not do that. And I recognize that this is a decision and a clear message that must be sent to the London Police Service Board and to the chief himself. And I do recognize the fact that whatever this council does say through letter, it is ultimately up to the chief to make that decision, and I do implore the chief to make that decision. I'm thankful to the province for setting out that clear articulation that it is indeed police service boards that have the authority over what those receipts should say, but hopefully here in London we will not require those receipts if the chief hears us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Park. I have Deputy Mayor Hubert, no one else at this time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to rise and speak on this matter. I believe it's important. Bias. We all have them. Each and every single one of us has biases. They're rooted often in our families of origin. They're defined by our experience, and we interpret them and our experience through the lens of various cultural milieus that we live in and grow up in. Carding, stop and frisk, community engagement, quote unquote, are all fraught with the opportunity for biases to prevail, and often in spite of best intentions. Ruth Goba, who was the interim chief commissioner of the Ontario Human Rights Commission, said this and called upon the Toronto Police Service Board to recognize that the collateral damage and social cost of carding are simply not acceptable. Effective policing is much harder without the trust of all of the community they serve, including those that are black and brown. Her words. and that carding actually violates that trust. Study after study, and when the issue came up, I spent a great deal of time actually doing research, because I believe that we don't make decisions just based on whim, we make decisions based on evidence. And so I've done a fair bit of background research on the evidence. And study after study over the last decade and a half across North America by police services and by border patrols have found that, that racial profiling doesn't work. It's not effective, and it doesn't help. 2015, let's be clear, that racial profiling, it was said by the Ontario Human Rights Commission, that it is a clear violation of the Human Rights Code. Many minority groups in Ontario, especially those of African and Indigenous communities, are overrepresented, as the mayor has said. African Canadians are overrepresented in police or street checks. And furthermore, while some safeguards may be put in place, this disempowers particularly young people who do not possess the knowledge or feel safe enough to assert their rights, to not answer questions, to provide identification, or to walk away from a street check. We all have experienced that when we were younger. When someone in authority speaks to us, we don't know how to respond, and it puts them into a very, very vulnerable position. In fact, police officers have a statutory duty to uphold the Human Rights Code, and that is their role. Now it calls upon us, and the mayor has called upon us, to make a political decision. And so one of the things I saw, Mr. Mayor, in the motion that was before us that concerns me a little bit is that it calls upon you, Mr. Mayor, to speak to the Police Services Board. I don't think we've gone quite far enough if we're truly going to move this way. And I say this because it's because we're asking you to speak, but we haven't made a resolution. So the committee did good work, but we're asking you to speak, and you've asked us to speak with you. So I would like to add an A, and often we do this. We have an A that has a resolution, and then we ask the mayor, as the voice of council, to take action on our behalf, whether it's to be right. So the resolution would be this, that I'd like to add to the motion, if we're going to be consistent on this, is that Municipal Council calls upon the London Police Service Board to establish a policy that prohibits the use of street check and ensures, and I use this language, ensures this language because it comes from the Human Rights, Ontario Human Rights Commission, that all police activity will be non-discriminatory and non-arbitrary. So that would be my add. I think it strengthens what the committee has brought forward to us, okay? So I'll move that at the appropriate time.
Okay. We'll circle back to that if we could. Continuing along on the main motion, I have Councillor Cassidy, Hopkins, Elmer.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I was so proud to be a part of that committee. Sorry. We have heard that this is an important tool for the police to use to help them solve crimes. But there are many tools that they could use that would make their jobs easier. They could have the right, if the government of the day so chose to give them the right, they could tap all of our telephone lines. They could, we know that there's software out there that can find keywords in everybody's private emails. They could use tools like that. It would make their job so much easier. But we don't let them do that. And we don't let them do that to the majority of the population who has a lighter color of skin. We don't let them do that because we recognize that it is an infringement of our basic rights. And so why would we allow them to do that to a certain segment of the population based solely on how they look? And we know, based on the statistics, that racial minorities, visible minorities, people of a certain skin color, And I would say also a certain age group as well, that we know that they are targeted disproportionately. It's not right. It's not right. I know what my rights are. I know that if a police officer stopped me and asked me very personal questions, that I would have the right to say no. I would have the right to walk away. But does a 16-year-old boy of color know that? My 17-year-old son wouldn't necessarily know that he would have the right to walk away from that. But he's not targeted. He's not getting stopped by police. He's not getting asked this information. We've seen no evidence of a single crime that's been solved by the gathering of this information. We have no evidence of that. And it's not right. You know, Martin Luther King Jr. dreamed of a day when his children would be judged by, not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And the fact that there are people and organizations that are defending this practice, it tells me that we're still a long way off from that dream. And it's not right. And so, again, I was proud to be on that committee, on the Community and Protective Services Committee on that day. I was proud to vote in favor of that motion. And I recognize that the final decision, until the province comes along and makes an edict that says this will stop across the province, until that happens, I recognize that the final say is the chief's. But we can stand up as a council and say it's not right and it should stop.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Hopkins and Helmer.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I want to thank Councillor Sally for your strong advocacy against carding. I think you taught me a number of things, and I recall not too long after we became a council having a conversation about carding with you, and you made me realize my own challenges that I've had in the past. I have had to, was stopped, regardless if it was the right thing or the wrong thing. I'll never forget that humiliation, and that stays with you forever. And you made me realize those challenges that are out there in the community with diversity and color, that feeling it stays with you, regardless if you've been told you're sorry or if it was a mistake. And that's why we as a council have to send a strong message for against carding. It is not the right thing to do. It creates more of a problem in the community. And I would really strongly say to you, again, thank you for making me realize and taking me through your journey and understanding what it's all about. And for that, I thank you. And again, I think we need, as a council, to send a strong message, and we'll definitely be supporting the motion.
Councillor Helmer.
Well, colleagues, I'm certainly proud of what I'm hearing today, and I spoke in favor of this motion at committee, and if I could have voted for it, I would have there, but I certainly will be voting for it tonight. I think tonight's one of these moments when you get to talk about the kind of city you want to live in and what our city should be like, and some fundamental things about our society. And nobody who has been carded and stopped by a police officer and say, "What are you doing here? What's your name? Why are you here?" Nobody likes that interaction. That's not a fun interaction. This is very different from community policing, where you're getting to know people and you're talking to them and you have a connection with the community as a police officer, and they come to you and they want to talk to you and they tell you about things that are going wrong and they help you with investigations. That's not what we're talking about. Carding is, "Hey you, what are you doing here? Give me your information. I'm going to put it in this database." And nobody who's been carded supports the practice. the fact that it is targeted at such a small minority of people, it focuses in on a group of people who are carded over and over again. And you talk to people, and some people have been carded 30 times in their life. If we all went through this experience, there would be widespread support for getting rid of it, just like that. Nobody who has gone through the experience would support it. I have never been carded in my life. And in fact, earlier today, I pointed out a photo, and I said, which of these two city councillors has been carded? It was me, and it was Matthew Green, who's a city councillor in Hamilton, while waiting for the bus. And we're about the same age. We both take the bus. We both represent downtown core neighborhoods in mid-sized cities in Ontario. He's black. I'm not. He gets carded. I don't. I mean, this kind of practice just needs to stop. Whether there's value from a policing perspective in terms of gathering intelligence, who cares? Even if there was, which I'm not convinced that there is, what limits are we going to put on the police agencies? And say, this is the kind of society we want to live in, and you got to work within that to keep us safe. We do that all the time. That's what these fundamental laws like the Charter are about. And I think at the City of London, we have to make a very clear statement that we want to end this practice. It is not the chief's decision. It is the Police Services Board that needs to step up and tell the chief to end this practice. We can do our part by telling the Police Services Board to do their part.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Councillor Morgan?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I didn't really prepare much. I don't have a big speech or anything, and this is one of those decisions that's really difficult for me because I don't have a lot of experience. Like Councillor Helmer said, I've never been carded. I don't know what the experience is like. I've also never been a police officer. And in those situations as a councillor, when you have to make a decision on something you don't have a lot of experience on, I think you have to rely on the role of the job that you were elected to do and the role of municipal council. And for me, that role is representing Londoners. I don't have any Londoners who have asked me to keep carding at all. In areas where I don't have my own personal experiences that I can rely on to make a decision, I think I need to rely on those who are best capable of advising on this. And so for me, the recommendation from the Diversity, Inclusion, Anti-Oppression Advisory Committee carries the utmost weight in the decision that I'm going to support today of supporting the motion, because that committee, I think, has thought about this, has individuals who are much closer to the issue than I will ever be because of who I am and my background. And so we have advisory committees for a reason, and you know, most of the time we listen to them, sometimes we don't. In this case, I cannot contemplate not listening to this particular group of individuals on this particular issue because they have the expertise to understand. They've made a strong recommendation through committee, and the committee supported that unanimously. And so I will be, as a municipal councillor, listening to the community, listening to our advisory committee, and supporting the recommendation before us today. I look forward to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Other speakers? Councillor Van Holst?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just within the last week, I think it was 2 days in a row, I was asked to empty my pockets and walk through a metal detector at Disneyland. I didn't really enjoy it. I didn't like that. It was arbitrary. So I can certainly relate to that. However, another interesting thing that happened in around that trip, I was driving to the airport, and I I saw a person that I thought I would probably stop. If I don't know, and because, and if I had to give them a receipt with a reason, I would say, well, you're walking. It's 4:30 in the morning, and you're walking down the sidewalk, and you've got the stand for a miter saw, and you didn't fold it up. I've got one of these things, and if I was going to carry it, I'd fold it up. So you obviously either don't know how to fold it up, which made me think that maybe it's not yours. So I think in a situation like that, I think that's not what we're talking about in carding. And people are concerned that police aren't going to be able to do their work. But I think there's situations where you see that something's not an arbitrary decision, and then there's those times when it is. And I think what we're hoping to do here is end those arbitrary encounters that make you feel uncomfortable, and certainly make you feel less of a citizen. So thank you, and thanks to the work of our advisory committee as well.
Councillor Salee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all my colleagues for sharing those words. And I guess it's been a long process to get to this point, but and thank you, of course, to the committee and the advisory committees for their input on this. This is, for me, a challenging conversation, as it is for many people who look like me. When I think of a lot of the young Londoners out there who look like me, and sometimes they have these interactions, they begin to feel criminalized. So I just want to say one thing to them. As you know, I'm relatively young. I'm young, and I'm black, and I will never apologize for that. So I don't want any young black person or any person who looks differently in our community to ever feel like, because of the way they look or the faith they believe in, that they should feel as if they are doing something wrong. Councillor Cassidy talked about, a 16-year-old boy being stopped. Colleagues, I was that 16-year-old boy who was stopped for no reason. I was that 14-year-old boy who was stopped for no reason. I was that 20-year-old man who was stopped for no reason. I was that 25-year-old man who was stopped for no reason. Since my adult life, I could tell you, I've been stopped 15 times for no reason. Across the province, from different municipalities, different provincial polices, and given no reason. My colleagues spoke about humiliation. It is deeply humiliating to be out and about in a community, let's call it a well-to-do neighborhood, and happen to just be walking by, and it's a very busy event, and there's countless people around there, and you're the one who kind of sticks out, and the police cruiser pulls up, lights and sirens, and yells 100 meters or so from where you are and says, "Hey, you, stop." And then they rush towards you, and you turn around and say, "Well, what happened? What did I do?" And then they ask you to produce this information. And then they ask you for all your information in front of everyone, and everyone's watching you. And everyone's looking at you, already making that determination that you are guilty for something because the police are here today and they're stopping you. And I absolutely did nothing. So I went through the interaction. I knew my rights. I knew I could have walked away. But guess what? It's not that easy. So when police officers get up and say, well, there's young people and they know their rights. I know an 8-year-old that knows their rights. Well, guess what? I'm a grown man. And I know that if I just walk away, it could turn out to not be the way that I want it to be. And that's a real reality for many people. I have a privilege now because I'm a city councillor. I have a privilege that a lot of people who look like me, who are young and black, don't have. Now when I'm out and about in the community, maybe it's not so easy for someone to stop me or have those interactions. But those are the real realities for people in our community every single day. And I know it's easy to hide behind policies and say, this is what we can make our community safe. Believe me, I want my community safe too. I want my children that I hope to have soon and one day and grow up in London to feel like they can walk about in our community. But I already know that I'm gonna have to look to my children and have a conversation that's gonna be hard. Because I already had a conversation with my brother the first time me and my young brother were pulled over for absolutely no reason. And as we're being pulled over, he said to me, we're not speeding. Why are they stopping us? And he's like, oh yeah, I know why. To hear that from someone who's only a boy is devastating and hurtful and something that many, if not most, people who look like me have to deal with. So for people to stand behind policy and people to tell me anecdotal stories that this is going to keep us safe is just an insult to me and to everyone else's experiences. But today I am so proud of this council. Sometimes as an elected official, I wonder, what would I do in the era of segregation and rules and policies and governments that impose these, these policies that were really straight out racist? And then I wondered what my colleagues would do. And looking around this horseshoe and the strong comments here and the bravery that my colleagues have shown, I know we would be one of those councils and one of those people, one of the people in our community that would fight for those people to ensure they have equal rights. This is very different to me and surreal in ways because I'm voting on something here before me that actually impacts me. That impacts how, if I walk out of these doors of City Hall and throw on my hoodie, will I be stopped? So for me to be doing something like this is just unbelievable. I did want to read a quote from a progressive conservative MLA in Calgary West. This is what he said. He's a Caucasian white male. Police are targeting people based on their socioeconomic background. Ellis said during the radio interview, racial profiling occurs out of this, a form of psychological detention, because they do not feel that they can just walk away, even though it is their right. Now, many people have said this, but the reason I wanted to quote this MLA is because before he was an MLA, he was a distinguished Calgary police officer. So, to my colleagues and to my friends, I thank you. And I implore, and I hope the Police Service Board does more, and I hope they step up and remember that this is people's lives. These are people who feel as if the police are not working as allies. It is easy for anyone to sit back and criticize the police, but that's not what my approach has been. My approach has been to say, this is a problem. Let me help you fix it. And that's why I said, and I worked with the police in the working group to try to make sure that we can come together as a community. It's not a matter of just wagging my finger. It's a matter of finding solutions. So I really hope that moving forward, the Police Service Board will stand for what is right and remember that 20 years or 30 years from today, they will remember, and I'm sure they will regret the day that they continued to impose this on Londoners. But I know that my colleagues around here, based on what they said, when they look back, when Mo's, 40 and the mayor's 60, they'll remember this very moment and know they did what was right, as those before us who had to do what was right, who gave women their right to vote, who gave members of our LGBT community their right to marry who they choose to. And this is just another part in the chapter of equality. So thank you very much.
Well, Councillor, I want you to know that I think that is going to be remembered as one of the most memorable, emotional, and important debates that any of us participated in. And I want you to know that we are also proud of your leadership on this. And I want you to know personally that I thank you for your advocacy, and I thank you for pushing and pushing and pushing. Thank you so much. I can't imagine how this must feel for you, and I think that you have the last word on this tonight. And what I'd like to do now is we've got to move a bit through some procedures. We do have an amendment that was brought forward. It was, I think we're voting just on the amendment right now. It was moved by Councillor Ridley. It was an amendment made by the Deputy Mayor. Okay, and it was the amendment was seconded by Councillor Salee. Okay, so we're voting on only the amendment. I'm also I've suspended in a roundabout way a couple of procedural bylaws. I threw out my timer when Councillor Salee was speaking. There was a little bit of applause afterwards, but also, Chair, I wonder if you might be agreeable once we deal with the main motion to allow Councillor Salee to make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It'd be my pleasure to have Councillor Salee make the motion, and I apologize for not speaking before Councillor Salee because I do want him to have the last word, and so I'm sorry for not getting ahead of you on speaking to this, and I will speak to you after.
Thank you. Okay, so on the amendment, it's been moved and seconded. Let's call the question.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
And the main motion, Councillor Salee will be moving this main motion.
Let's make history, London.
Moved by Councillor Salee, seconded by everyone. If there is no further discussion, I'm going to call the question. Let's open that vote. One moment, the clerk wants to chime in here.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make sure that the council members realize they're voting on all of Clause 11 as amended, and not just Part C.
Yes,
Just
thank you.
wanted to make sure you realize
Thanks for the
that.
clarification and for allowing the suspense to continue. The committee chair also made that, brought that to our attention at the beginning of this debate. So moved by Councillor Salee, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hubert. Let's call the question.
Councillor Van Holst, closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
Okay. Colleagues, I'm going to call for a short 5-minute recess, and we'll reconvene at 6 p.m. Moved by Councillor Salee, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Thank you. Colleagues and those in attendance, those at home, thank you very much for your patience as we just took a bit of a prolonged recess to mark a very important occasion here around the Council Horseshoe. We're now going to deal with the second matter that we'd like to bring forward. This is vehicles for hire, and the clerk has a motion for us to consider.
Through you, Your Worship, we have done the change in order. The question is, who would you like to put the deferred matter on the floor?
Well, I think it would only make sense for the committee chair.
Thank you. Since this came from the council meeting last week, and you're the chair of that, no? I will put the deferred matter on the floor in regards to the vehicle for hire bylaw. If you recall, colleagues, we had a special Community and Protective Services meeting a couple of days before council, and therefore the council received the updated draft bylaw from that meeting, and felt at that time they did not have the appropriate amount of time to consider the amendments to the draft bylaw, and so it was put over to today's meeting. So this is a continuation of our discussion of 2 weeks ago, and the committee's recommendations should be on the floor.
Thank you. I'll start a speakers list. Deputy Mayor Hubert, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been an interesting, I'm not a member of the committee, so I've been watching it from far. I hearken back to my first term at council when it felt like I was dealing with taxis issues on a monthly basis, and so I've been watching this very, very carefully. And I'm very pleased with the work that's been done, with the exception of two issues that I just I can't get my head around and I can't accept. And I wonder if there's a way to separate those two issues out. And they deal with the criminal background checks, and they also deal with cameras. And as far as I can understand and see, I remember some of those early meetings back around 2007, I believe, 2008. And our administration brought forward this idea that from a consumer protection and for the protection of drivers, cameras should be installed in taxis. And I remember quite clearly, and some of the people are in the audience tonight, they howled about putting cameras in. They thought that was unconscionable. And yet here we are with cameras in taxis, and they're safer. The drivers are safer, the passengers are safer, and the public is safer. And so here we are under the vehicle for hire, and we're going to let them drive without. They say, "Oh, hold a second. I've read all the material. You know who it is because you're signing up online and you've got your Visa card, et cetera, et cetera." You don't. You don't know who's getting in. One person signs up and they're picked up someplace and there's 4 other people getting into the car, or 3 other people getting into the car. You don't know who gets into the car. You don't know exactly where that is and who's there. So that's the one issue that I have problematic, and I will be moving. I know that there's a report back in a year. I think a year is way too long period of time. I've consulted with Mr. Katolik. I'd like him to bring that information back to us in January in a much shorter time period around, I think it's alternative cameras or other opportunities with that respect. So that's one thing, I'll be moving that. The second thing I'll be moving is criminal background checks, third party. The authority, and I understand from the notes at the committee that the police were not supportive of that the police record check done through the London Police Services is really the authority. And actually when it flags through a third party, as a concern, you have to go to London Police Services to get that record check. So those are the 2 points at this juncture that seem to be sticklers. And there's a need for a seconder on the motion before I can move the referral, I believe. But I will be moving a referral on the camera piece only, not everything else, the camera piece only. And I would like to see also amendment that directs the police record checks to be done by the London Police Services. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, just wondering if we're doing those referrals separately or together?
You bring that referral forward now?
Sure, I'll move the referral, and procedurally, I don't know how you want to handle it. If you want to handle everything except for those pieces, and then I'll move that. Let's maybe figure out where the 90% of agreement is and the 10% of non-agreement, and come back on that.
And
okay?
I think the committee chair is also in agreement with that. So why don't we work our way through the debate? We'll call portions separately and deal with it that way. I have Councillor Armstrong. Other speakers, please.
I'm sorry, Your Worship, are we dealing with the referral now?
No, we're going to provide an opportunity for comments, and what the councillors or the deputy mayor is asked to do is he'll make those referrals separately once we call the question.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. And Your Worship, I've spoken on this issue a number of times, so I'll keep my comments brief. But what I've seen, and what we are in fact doing as a council is deregulations of the cab. We're seeing deregulation of the cab limo industry, and I always felt that the bylaw rules and regulations that we had in place were good. We had a good system that worked for everyone, worked for the cab industry, worked for the consumer, and it's unfortunate that we've been put in this position that we have basically these vehicles for hire, which are individuals who are basically using their own motor vehicle to pick up and move consumers from one place to another. And I think it's unfortunate because what's happened here is that we had a system in place. We had people who made a living in this industry. They invested in buying cabs, having licenses. They followed all the rules and regulations, and I really feel that they've basically had the rug pulled from under them, and it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate because what they've already seen because of the what's gone out there is that their incomes have been drastically reduced, and they've seen the value of their cabs and their licenses, their investment reduced, and it probably will continue. And what this really means is that it's harder for them to feed their families. It's harder for them to pay their mortgages. And I really fundamentally don't agree with what we've done, but Council has supported this direction and the majority, and so we are where we are. But there were rules, there were regulations, there was a system in place for many, many years, reviewed quite often. It didn't always stay the same. There were changes. And it's unfortunate that this is happening, in my mind. So these cab owners, cab drivers are here today, many of them. I know many of them aren't here because they're out there working, trying to get by. And things have gotten harder for them to get by because of what's gone on. And through you, Your Worship, I just would ask through you to our staff if he could tell us exactly where we stand today, briefly, as far as these for vehicles for hire from a legal standpoint, whether they are legal right now or operating illegally, and just if we could just sort of have a understanding of where we're at today and where we will be with this and in the future.
Okay, let's get you an answer to that question. We'll work our way through the speakers list. Mr. Katolik.
Your Worship, Today, anybody driving their private vehicle as a vehicle for hire is in non-compliance with the current bylaw of today's council. We have laid 74 charges against 39 drivers. The charges are making their way through the courts. We continue to do enforcement, and that's all I can say in a public session on our continuous enforcement actions against the illegal drivers.
Looking for additional speakers. Councillor Helmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering at some point, I'd like to see what these specific motions from Deputy Mayor Hubert are in terms of what exactly is going on, and I would like to speak to those, but on the main motion, I think I'll go now. So I'm glad to see that we're kind of narrowing down the decision points and getting more specific about what's going to be in modernized bylaw. I know we put this decision off from the last council meeting to this one, and I know I voted against that, and I wish we had not done that. I know some colleagues wanted a bit more time, but as Councillor Armstrong has mentioned, there are impacts happening now on the people who are working in the industry, who are operating, and stretching out the decisions over a long period of time is not helping. So we need to make decisions. We obviously need to consult people along the way, and we have these public participation meetings for that reason, get a lot of input from people who have very divergent views on what should be done on all these different issues. I'm glad to see that at this point we're starting to make some decisions and get more specific so that we can get to a point where we'll have a workable bylaw that acknowledges that these new methods of doing the same kind of work of picking people up and moving them around the city, that they need to be regulated effectively, and that the whole scheme needs to be fair. So, colleagues, I hope you'll support these recommendations that are coming forward from committee. I'll see what Deputy Mayor Hubert has in terms of those specific two things.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Helmer. What I'd like to do is deal with every item except for the two that Councillor Hubert has, or Deputy Mayor Hubert has asked to be referred. And I'm going to go to the committee chair. So what I'm suggesting, Chair, is that we would do 2A with the exception of 2A6, as well as 2B with the exception of 2B1. Okay. And then, of course, we'll look at C as well in this main motion. And right now, it's just being typed up.
Thank you. So if I could just make a couple of comments to remind council that at this point we're giving direction for the drafting of a bylaw. We will still see that bylaw prior to approval. The committee has worked on this issue, and I've been on the committee since 2014, and that's when we started to see this. And it really has been over 18 months we've continued to work on this issue and get ourselves to the point where we are today. We've had public participation meetings, and we've heard from the public, and so the committee, in its wisdom after hearing from the public, has narrowed down the draft bylaw to these items, as seeing them as items that council should be looking at more imminently, and that our staff should be directed to draft that bylaw to address more imminently. I agree with my colleague that stretching this out over a longer period of time is not helpful to anybody, and a reminder to my colleagues that this has been stretched out for a very lengthy period of time. I will have comments on the two subsequent motions, and can speak either as committee chair or as a member of this council to those items. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll deal with everything but those two items that Deputy Mayor Hubert wants to deal with separately.
Everything but those two. Everything but those two.
Okay, well, just say you'd like to be on the speakers list, we'll get you on. You want to comment on the main motion or on the two? Okay, so Councillor Morgan, any other speakers?
Yeah, so my apologies. I'll reserve my comments on the two items that are coming forward when they come forward. And my understanding is that what we see on the screen here are the changes. I just want to be clear and clear for the public to the draft bylaw that that staff brought forward, which includes some things that we could also comment on, not just necessarily these changes. Is that correct? Okay, so I want to ask a question then on in the draft bylaw the desire to allow for surge pricing for all app-based platforms. My understanding of the model of companies like Uber is they allow for surge pricing because they're trying to build a supply and demand automatically into the market. And to allow surge pricing for a capped system, I would like to understand the rationale for allowing surge pricing in an app-based system that could have a cap to the number of vehicles. Like it doesn't modify supply and demand. So what's the rationale for including that in the draft bylaw? I assume it's some sort of equality rationale, but I just want to try to understand that before I vote on this piece.
Your worship, city administration's position on surge pricing was that it not be permitted, and the rationale behind that was that if you're taking a ride from point A to point B and it costs X dollars, if you're taking a ride from point B to point A later in the night, it should approximately cost the same amount of time. It was a direction of your city council to to allow for surge pricing and to put regulations around that. So in the proposed bylaw under the brokers regulations, we put together a regulation that would require to clearly communicate with the passenger that what the surge will be, and they have to accept that. So if at the beginning of the night you went from point A to point B and you got there for $10, you're fine with that. And if you want to go from point B to point A and it's later on at night, the theory is that to get more drivers out on the street, and there is no cap on the number of vehicles, there could be a surge. But the app will tell you that, for example, the surge might be 3 times the price of what you paid earlier in the night. But if you accept that, then you're knowledgeable about it, it's transparent, and it's simple market economics. There's a high demand at that point of the night for drivers. Surge is on. If more drivers come on, the surge will go down to either zero or a lower surge price.
And just to follow up to that, I understand that works with some of the vehicle for hire companies because they can bring on as many vehicles as they want. In my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, in the draft bylaws that we'd also allow that for anybody who has an app or an app-based platform. And in that scenario, you'd be allowing it for potentially companies that have a cap. And so the supply and demand argument doesn't make any sense to me from that perspective. I realize it's probably an equality thing, but I just have a problem with that piece. And I want to make sure that I understand the rationale, probably none of our staff since they didn't recommend it, but perhaps of the committee for inserting that into the piece when, it's kind of counter to some of the market arguments of, of a company, a vehicle for hire company that doesn't have a cap.
Your worship, once again, we're following council's direction on surge pricing. The rationale behind it is level playing field. Most, if not all, of our existing brokers have apps, including taxi brokers and limousine brokers. There are caps for a number of taxi cabs on the street through the current bylaw. There's no cap on the number of executive limousines on the street.
And then I'll just make a comment with whatever time I have left. I have a bit of a problem with that piece because I understand that the committee is trying to be fair and equitable and say if you got an app, you can surge price. In the case of a vehicle for hire company, the result of that is potentially, and the way it's been argued, better service because there's more vehicles available and you're going to get to where you need to go quicker. And then we allow it for a taxi company that has a cap on the number of taxis in the system. There's going to be no result besides someone paying more for their ride in that particular case. And the surge pricing has always been something through this entire debate that I've had a problem with. And I was hoping that there would be a solution that would be proposed that I could accept. And I have trouble accepting this particular solution because it doesn't make sense. I know we're trying to be fair and apply it to everybody, but it doesn't make sense that you would apply it to a capped system because there is no public benefit aside from paying more. Well, and that's not even a public benefit. There's no benefit. There's not going to be new supply. There's not going to be more cabs on the street because the prices are being surged because there's more demand. I just don't understand the rationale, and I don't understand how those companies would create an algorithm that would make sense in that case. To be able to surge price. So I'm not going to support that piece, and I don't know if we can pull that out or not, or if I have to vote against the whole thing, I will. That would be unfortunate, because I think there's lots of good things in the bylaw. But I can't get past there's a piece of that is irrational to me, and I know that the committee's trying to be fair. It doesn't make sense for one small aspect of it.
Do you want to deal with that separately, Councillor?
If we can, yeah.
If you'd like it to be dealt with separately, just ask when I call the question. Any other speakers? Okay. Councillor, if you could be specific about which section you'd like taken out, then we'll deal with the balance. We'll deal with the other three separately.
Well, the problem is the section that I want taken out is something that was added into the draft bylaw. So I'd have to look to Mr. Katolik on how it's actually in there. But I prefer to vote on the surge pricing piece in the draft bylaw, which the committee did, they directed it. They didn't change it in this latest iteration of their documents that we seem to be working through. So I would look to how we could possibly do that. And if it's not possible, I'll just vote against the whole thing.
Through His Worship, on item 2C, we were going to report back on the fee models for the private vehicle for hires, and we could include the surge pricing discussion again at that time if council so wishes us to do that, and that would be in January.
Councillor Cassidy.
I just want to comment, Your Worship, on the surge pricing aspect. And I hear what Councillor Morgan is saying. But as Mr. Katolik said, the surge pricing is something that would have to be agreed upon in advance. So it would only be through an app. So street hails would not be able to do surge pricing. So it comes down to consumer choice. You can take the surge pricing through an app-based program, or you can do a street hail and know the price you're going to get.
Okay, any other speakers? Okay, Councillor Morgan, a couple of options available to you based on your comments. You could ask that the 2C be called separately, but recognizing that this is going to be a report back, you can also address your concerns in January. And I'll just leave it to you to see which direction you want to go.
You know what, I know that this will come back as a bylaw. I'll deal with it then. We'll move forward with this. I'll deal with the other two items at the time.
Okay, thank you. So let's, unless the chair has any additional comments, I'm inclined to call the question. Okay, let's call the question. Open up that vote. We're voting.
Councillor Armstrong? Closing the vote and the motion carries 10-1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I expect procedure-wise it makes sense to put the other remaining items on one at a time and then allow the councillor to make an amendment or a motion. So at this time, I'm happy to put VI, sorry, item 6.
2A6? Yeah, okay.
On the floor.
So 2A6, I'll look to the Deputy Mayor. You wanted to make an amendment?
Yeah, just briefly, as I look at this, my amendment probably would be considered contrary, Mr. Chair. So I think given that my preference would be that City of London Police Services be the arbiter of criminal record checks, I would look to my colleagues to defeat what's here, and then I would put another amendment on, or a different motion on at that time, because this is explicitly talking about third-party record checks. So I would call upon council to defeat this, and then I'll put an alternative motion on the floor when it's successfully defeated.
So I'm looking for a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Okay, so we will have some discussion on this. I have Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I just wanted to provide clarification. I'm not sure if the Deputy Mayor knows this, but the third-party record check would be conducted by Coburg Police Services. So it's conducted by a police service. It's just that it's streamlined. So all the record checks would go through one central third party and taken to the Coburg Police Service. So it doesn't, the fringe benefit for us here in London is that it frees up some time from London Police Service. So I don't know if anybody around this horseshoe has had a vulnerable background check or a criminal background check or any of those background checks. They take a lot of time. It takes a lot of time to get a response from London Police Services sometimes. So I believe the fringe benefit, as I said, is that we're freeing up some time for our police service.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any other speakers? Go ahead, Chair. Oh, sorry, I'm going to go Councillor Van Holst. I'll let you sum up.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through yourself and the chair to our staff. Just the question people may be wondering, as I am, why Coburg?
Thank you. I understand that Coburg Police Service has found a revenue stream by processing these applications. Second to that, I couldn't speak on their motivation for doing it, but I understand that they're incurring some revenue.
I like revenue generation myself, so I don't, is there, do they have some qualification or some system that makes them better at it than we would do that? I don't know why. That's the fact that they want to make money, it doesn't seem to me a reason to choose them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to answer my colleague's question, this is the choice of the Transportation Network Company to use a third party. It isn't our bylaw specifically. And they are the only police service in Ontario that I understand that is offering the service of processing the criminal record checks. I believe I understand through staff that London Police Service is not interested in doing a similar third-party service.
Thank you for the answer.
Any other speakers? Councillor Helmer.
Well, colleagues, I would encourage you to support the recommendation that's coming forward from committee. I think what we see in this and many areas of business is that people figure out better ways to do things. And I think the idea of specializing and consolidating the review of people who could be driving these vehicles is quite smart. Doing it in a way that doesn't require people to go stand in lines is smart. Having a way to flag if there's a concern and then say, okay, from here you're going to escalate it and you're going to have to go get fingerprinted and so forth, that's very reasonable. I think we've done that over the years with our own processes to try and make it simpler. As Mr. Katolik pointed out, now if you're coming back for a renewal, you can just give an affidavit and say, listen, nothing has changed. I don't have to keep going through this whole process. And I think as we're talking about this issue, the important thing is that the checks are done and that we know about them. How they get done and when they come to us, the exact process for that, we need to provide some flexibility there so that people can do it in the different ways. The important thing is that we get the information. And so I would encourage you to support this one from the committee. I think to say everybody has to do it the same way is just another one of these barriers to a new way of doing business. And I would encourage you to support this particular recommendation.
Okay, I'll look to the Deputy Mayor. This is the initiative he brought forward. He has a couple of questions. You've already spoken to the matter, and so just make sure your voice goes up at the end. Yeah.
Mike. Okay, thank you. So just really two rhetorical questions in response to the comments that have made, and I guess it puzzles me that we're actually using the record check service that's requested by Uber. And so that's puzzling to me. And secondly, shouldn't Londoners' money stay in London? And shouldn't we support our own police service?
Thank you. I wasn't looking to speak to the Deputy Mayor's rhetorical questions. His voice did go up at the end, and he prefaced it with a who, what, where, when, why, and a do. I was looking to make a comment before this goes to a vote. So I think I want to make sure that everyone's very clear. We went through this a number of times with our staff. The Coburg Police Service, like all Ontario police services, have access to the same information for both the federal, provincial, and local criminal record check. So if you commit a crime in London or in St. Thomas or in Sault Ste. Marie or Wawa, it will show up when Coburg does their check. And so to that end, what I understand is their check includes a pass, a fail, or a concern. A pass being they have no criminal record. A fail being they have a criminal record. And a concern being they share a name and a birth date with someone who may have a criminal record, and therefore you need to investigate further. The further investigation has to happen with the local police service. And so I wanted to make sure that people understood that and were clear on what the pass, fail, or concern means. Concern could be anything, but it allows the individual the opportunity to follow up with their local police service and say, you know, I share a name and a birth date with someone who has committed a crime. It wasn't me. You can check my fingerprints. You can check my record more in depth and get that proof. And so I wanted to make sure people were very clear that they understood what came on it. It's a criminal record from other jurisdictions within Canada, and that's exactly what it shows.
Thank you. Okay, with that, let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 7-4.
Okay, so let's deal with 2B1 then, Chair, if we could. Deputy Mayor Hubert, if you wanted to speak to this now.
Actually, this is really easier than I anticipated. It's simply on one would be to add, to remove the words will be brought forward 1 year after the proposed bylaw, and just simply will be brought forward in January 2017.
2018, Councillor. 2018,
Oh, this year.
before they do the bylaw. We won't have the bylaw till March 31st.
Well, I'll look to, through you, to Mr. Katolik or Mr. Kostovas. The idea is that we get this information.
I'll just make a ruling on that, Deputy Mayor Hubert. What you're asking for is contrary to the recommendation coming forward through committee, so we'll have to deal with the recommendation. If it loses, then I'll give you the floor, and you can make your very best argument. If you'd like to make your best argument against what's before us, now's the time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Usually I'm not such a contrarian, but tonight I will be. I think I'd like to have this information come back sooner than later. I think a year after the bylaw comes in force. To use the old analogy, I think the horse is out of the barn, and it's way out of the barn. I'd like to have that information back to allow something to be operating for such a period of time without a camera. And by the way, this was the committee's sort of fallback position on the removal of cameras, and I do not support the removal of cameras. I suspect that I won't get support for putting that back in at this point, but I think it's fair for us to get the information on alternative camera systems that could go into vehicles for hire sooner than a year after the bylaw. Mr. Katolik says he can bring it back or bring us back information on that sooner than that, and the other way of dealing with this, Mr. Mayor, rather than voting against it, that wouldn't be contrary, to refer this back for more information on cloud-based camera systems in January. So rather than voting against it, I'll move the referral for B1 to
Look for
come
a
back
seconder
to
on
us
the
in
referral.
January.
Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any speakers to the referral? Councillor Helmer.
It does seem a bit odd to be speeding something up by referring it, but, you know, if we can get more information while we're making decisions, fine. I think the committee did a good job of trying to identify areas that they know are going to be emerging issues and say, this is a sort of on our agenda to look at. We're going to make some changes to the bylaw this time, but then we're going to be making more changes, I'm sure, as we see how things go. And I think that was what the committee was trying to do. If we want the information sooner, no problem.
In some strange counterintuitive moment, we've referred something to speed it up, and it's going to work. So, any other speakers? Okay, one additional speaker, and I also have Councillor Morgan, Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you. The issue of cameras, that seems to be a very concerning one. It's hard to make this one fair. As a matter of fact, this entire bylaw is very difficult to make fair. So we've got a big challenge in front of us. In the case of this one, I was actually looking at other camera options. Of course, they might not make either group happy. But I think it's definitely worth looking at that. So I'm going to support this referral in hopes that we can come up with a solution that fits the bill well for both and seems more fair.
So, on the referral, any other speakers? Councillor Morgan, others?
Yeah, I'm gonna support the referral. I think an important part of this bylaw, which applies to pretty much everybody in it, is that cameras are really expensive for everybody who's using them. That's probably why there's a lot of resistance to people wanting cameras in the cars. I think cameras in the cars are reasonable, and if there's a way to make this cheaper for everybody, that would be obviously ideal. So this particular piece, I don't have any aversion to, and I'll certainly be supporting it.
Okay, I think we'll call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
Okay, committee, at 6:40, we had a scheduled dinner for approximately 6:30. So what I'd like to do is call a recess. We'll break for 45 minutes. We'll return here at 7:15, and we'll tackle the remainder of the agenda. So moved by Councillor Van Hol, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Let's call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? We'll see you back at 7:15. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, we dealt with only 2 clauses at this point, but they were significant pieces of work. And we've got a little bit more stick handling to get to the committees. We've got some matters that we need, some communications that we need to refer. And we also, what I'd like to do is get through the committee reports before we deal with A and B on our, 1 and 2 on the communications and petitions. There's some maneuvering that we have to do. Let's do that at the end of the meeting, so anybody watching from home can see us get to these committee meetings, or committee reports as quickly as possible. So, Kathy, can you just outline what we discussed earlier today? We'll get that up on the screen, and we'll move forward.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, we are going to put another change in order motion on the floor that pursuant to section 6.4 of the council procedure bylaw, the order of business be changed to permit consideration of communications and petitions number 1 and 2 to be considered prior to stage 9 audit reports.
Okay. So that'll be up on screen in a moment. Okay, moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 10-0.
Okay, we already did communication 4, so let's do 3, 5, and 6. Want to do 3 separately?
Yes, it refers to something into a clause that.
Okay, so we'll do 3 separately. So we'll do 5 and 6 together. We'll do 3 separately. And the reason we're doing that is Councillor has declared a conflict on 3. Okay, this is 5 and 6, moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Ridley. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 10-0.
And 3. Three moved by Councillor Cassidy, second by Councillor Helmer. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 10 with 1 recuse.
Okay, so now motions of which notice is given. There are none. We'll now move to reports. This is the 27th report of the Corporate Services Committee. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you. And I was trying to catch your attention before we got into the reports. I know myself and at least one of my other colleagues are not looking forward to a long night tonight. I have a very early morning flight, as well as some childcare issues at home, so I was wondering if we could make that motion to decrease speaking time for any of the other matters tonight. So I'd like to move
3 minutes?
that 3 minutes is
Okay,
fine.
thank you. Moved by Councillor Ridley, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? And again, colleagues, if you're on a roll, you can ask for an extension, but it does help focus the conversation. Okay,
Need a motion.
so we'll just have that come up on screen in a moment. Okay, that's moved by Councillor Ridley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hubert. Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 6-5.
Councillor Morgan, 27th report of the Corporate Services Committee.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a conflict on 5 and 6, so I'll have Councillor Ridley, who acted as vice chair, present those. I know she likes standing up tonight, so otherwise I don't have anybody else who wants anything else pulled. So first I can move 1 through 4 and 7 through 10, unless colleagues want some.
Hold or just speak to it?
You want 10? Oh.
Do you want to deal with it separately, or do you just want to speak to it? Okay. So you want it separately, okay. Yep, so 1 through 4, 7, 8, 9. Any speakers, 1 through 4 and 7, 8, 9? Councillor Helmer.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say I know the Palace Theatre and the community players will be excited to see that the agreement's being approved, that just the slight amendments to allow for their refinancing to proceed. I appreciate the diligence of our finance staff working out something reasonable with the Palace Theatre.
Other speakers? Okay. 1 to 4, 7, 8, 9. Why 6 scared of 7? All right. Let's call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 11-0.
Okay, Councillor, let's deal with 10 then, so you can.
Sure, I'm happy to put 10 on the floor.
Councillor Van Holst, did you want to speak to it?
Thank you very much. So we have a fund that's available for council to use at their discretion. And the purpose of this was, of course, to give us a chance to be agile. And so I'm concerned about this, where we're trying to figure out what allocations are to make sure they're appropriate. I don't know what that is. We're polling the people. We're essentially creating policies and directions which are not, just aren't necessary. And I prefer it that we not have it be this way. I mentioned yesterday reading about Toynbee, who talks about civilizations that survive and the ones that don't. And the ones that don't survive are the ones that are run by a dominant minority who really just try to take control of things. That doesn't work. What's needed is the creative minority that is able to come up with new ideas and make things happen. And that's what I'd like us to remain. Rather than try to put a policy on everything, here we've got one opportunity to be agile. So if something comes up, we can use this at our own discretion. And it doesn't seem to me that we need to, ahead of time, figure out what that's going to be. We can figure it out afterwards, and that's what I prefer us to do. Let's not make policies where they're not needed. And so those are my comments. I'll be voting against this. I encourage you to do that because it's not important.
Okay, Councillor Morgan, any other speakers?
So I wanted to provide some clarification to the councillor because I actually moved this motion at the end of the committee and just share the rationale for it with the committee members. At several points during the last few months, the treasurer has indicated this fund as a potential source of financing. And each and every time, the committee or members of the committee that it was suggested to have said that they don't want to use that without a terms of reference. And that came up yet again. And so the purpose of this is to not make it overly restrictive, but it is to assign some parameters around it in consultation with members of council. And members of council are consulted and say they want as much flexibility as possible in that. That would certainly be part of the consultation. That doesn't mean we can't have other terms around it that would be beyond flexibility. It's probably unwise to have this fund have absolutely no cap on it and allow it to float to, you know, some huge amount without some sort of parameters around what we would do with it. So I don't know what we'll come up with, but we will come up with whatever our colleagues give the feedback into, whatever that draft looks like, and then whatever the debate, wherever it takes that particular fund. But right now, we've expended none of it. That's not necessarily a bad thing, except for the fact that there are some colleagues around this table who feel that we shouldn't do anything until we have at least some terms of reference. So this will allow for that discussion to happen.
Thank you. Other speakers? There are none. Let's call the question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Helmer, I forgot about you.
Well, if you believe that the terms of the fund should be that you can just use it for whatever, I mean, you can give that input to the staff and I guess they can consider it and we'll have a draft come forward. I'm of the view that if, for example, if we have a $4 million surplus, we'll put about $1 million into this fund, that it should have more than just a name and that there should be some guidelines around how much money will be accumulated in here and what kind of things can it be used for. And I do think we need to have that discussion. It is certainly not going to end our civilization.
Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 10 to 1.
Councillor Ridley, I don't know if you've volunteered or been voluntold, but as Vice Chair of the committee, would you please move 5 and 6?
Happy to move items 5 and 6, and just to be clear, I vice chaired this specific committee. We do rotate it amongst members, so happy to put it on the floor for this time.
Up on screen. Moved by Vice Chair Ridley. Let's call the question. Oh, you want to speak to that? Sorry about that, Councillor Helmer.
I just have to recognize the outstanding work of Mr. Warner and whoever else in putting together the diagram that we had, which we referred to this matter, showing where the property takings are happening. And it's something that came up at committee and it's extremely helpful and I want to say that.
Other speakers? Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 10 with 1 recuse.
20th report of the Planning and Environment Committee. Councillor Park.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the 20th report of the Planning and Environment Committee on the floor with exceptions of 8 and 10, which require amendments. Item 11, Councillor Hopkins would like to speak to that, and I voted contrary to number 12, so Deputy Mayor Hubert will be presenting that.
And also, Councillor Park, if we could remove 14 at this time, we'll deal with that separately, Councillor Morgan.
Yes, please.
Alrighty, so 1 through 7, 9, 13, 15, and 16.
1 through 7, 9, 13, 15, 16. If you get that up on screen, please. Moved by Councillor Park. Any speakers? 1 through 7, 9, 13, 15, 16. Okay, let's call the question.
It's excluding 8.
Sorry, Barb, that's not right. We're voting on 1 through 7, 9, 13, 15, 16.
They're all pulled. Yeah.
If you could move that, please, Councillor Park. I have no speakers. We call the question.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
And I will put 8 and 10 on the floor with the amendments made, and we all received this, which speaks to all of those amendments.
So 8 and 10, so the amendments that are on your desk. Moved by Councillor Park. Any discussion? Let's call the question.
Yes.
No, so we're not calling the question yet. What we have to do is put the amendments on.
We'll put the amendments on the floor.
Yeah.
So
You could have put the main motion on first.
let's put the amendment up now. Yeah. Okay. Moved by Deputy Mayor, by Councillor Cassidy, second by Councillor Helmer. Any discussion on the amendments? Okay, let's open that up. Let's call the question. Voting. 8 and 10 is amended in a moment. Is that just 10? Okay.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
Okay, so now let's amend 8.
Or do 10 as amended.
Well, the motion that's been moved is clause 8 and 10.
That's
Moved by Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Helmer. Any discussion? Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
Okay, let's do 8 and 10 as amended. Moved by Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Helmer. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We are voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
And I will put number 11 on the floor, recognizing that Councillor Hopkins, I believe, has an amendment she would like to bring forward.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the clerk for passing a clause D that I would like to add to this recommendation. I first of all would like to thank the committee for supporting public participation in the site plan process as well as the trail process. I think it's very important. This is a concern in the community. Byron wants to keep its uniqueness with this application coming forward. It's going to change how that area is going to look. And the concern of the trail and the access that is required in this application to a trail behind the property. And I want to thank the committee for allowing the public to be part of that process as well. But it's also important, given the public participation meeting at PEC, there were a number of comments from the gallery. One of the concerns was raised about species at risk in that area. And I think it's very important that staff reach out to Upper Thames and other agencies to find out the necessary requirements before putting in a trail. This is an ESA as well, so that is also important that they follow the ESA planning process in this area. So I'm hoping you will accept this added part to the recommendation where there is a concern in the public about the trail, the access that is going to be given with this application. And I think it's important that the public engagement continue as we go through this process.
Thank you. So we'll look for that amendment to come up on screen. It's been moved by Councillor Hopkins, or at least it will be in a moment. Seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Okay, there are no speakers, so I'm going to call the question. Voting.
Awesome. Oh,
Uh, 11 is amended, and then you, have you identified someone to move 12 for you? I'm sorry. Okay. Deputy Mayor Hubert? Okay. 11 is amended. Moved by Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Helmer. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting. We'll see you at 14.
Councillor Hopkins? Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
Mr. Mayor, I'll put item number 12 on it, which is the properties at 1577 and 1687 Wilton Grove.
Councillor Park.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Mr. Chair. So I did vote contrary to the recommendation of committee. So this parcel of land that we're discussing encompasses an ESA, and within that ESA, there's a small, what we called an appendix, that is proposed to be light industrial with a special provision. Within that ESA, there is a buffer zone that is intended to protect the ESA. So in my view, going forward with a light industrial special provision on this parcel of land is a bad decision, because it in my view, undermines the integrity of the ESA. So I do have an amendment that I would like to bring forward. It's an amended bylaw to maintain the integrity of that parcel of land as it is zoned now. And I just simply think it's the right thing to do on that.
So the amendment will be distributed, and I'll look for, did you have a seconder for that? Seconded by, okay, Councillor Hopkins.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, do we not have to defeat what is here before we put an amendment on?
The councillor normally does her homework, and the clerk is distributing an amendment, and so I think that question's been asked and answered.
Yes, it certainly has. This is a small change to an overall parcel of land, not undermining the overall integrity of the industrial context of the larger parcel, larger size of the parcel.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think it would behoove us to hear from our staff and why they are recommending this. Our staff are very, very strong on protecting ESA. I think the question that's being asked are the wetlands in the ESA protected from development? And perhaps Mr. Fleming would like to comment on that.
Thank you, Your Worship. As described by the councillor, there's a small bay or a small patch of land that we're recommending be designated and zoned for light industrial purposes. And this is consistent with the way that bays are to be addressed as per our environmental management guidelines. So the guideline that is applicable to this land is Guideline 9. Guideline 9 suggests that where there's a patch like this of land that is a hectare or less in size, it should be considered part of the ESA and, in fact, zoned open space 5. In this case, the lands are 1.8 hectares in size, and so larger than what would be indicated in the guideline to be zoned for open space. That being said, following that guideline, we're suggesting that it be zoned light industrial, designated light industrial. And we've gone further. We've applied a renaturalization triangle through the official plan amendment, which would lead to a replanting, renaturalization of this area over time, or at least allow for that to occur through the development process. In terms of the permitted uses that are in that light industrial zone, it in fact is a special provision light industrial zone and only allows for a range of uses that is very constrained. Passive recreational use, conservation lands, conservation works, and picnic areas. It's in fact more restrictive than the OS1 zone in terms of what's permitted there through that zoning. That being said, we think it's very important that it remained designated in zone light industrial from an economic opportunity perspective. Mr. Lucas is here through you, your worship, to speak to that issue.
Along those same lines, I think it would be important to hear from Mr. Lucas on the economic development strategy being employed here.
And I'm pleased to do that, Your Worship. The site is just a smidgen over 100 acres. And when it comes to marketing these sites, we do want to hit a benchmark, something that we don't get screened out of. For instance, 100 is a nice round number. And if we were to receive an opportunity to be considered, if you don't hit the mark, you're screened out and you don't even have the opportunity to be considered beyond that point. And we certainly do have a lot of other attributes we would like to be able to discuss. So because the site is so close to 100, any reductions in it takes us below that 100 mark, and then we're marketing as an 80 or a 70. It is understood in the industry that when you say a site is 100 acres, it is a gross site. We know that there's netting out, and that is understood at the other side of the table as well. And so it's important, and we're hearing the same messaging from our partners in LEDC who are marketing the lands, that hitting that mark is quite important. Having said that, the ESAs, the woodlots, the wetlands, they're all protected. And allowing the opportunity for us to consider an industry who maybe would like to be a good environmental steward, or maybe through negotiations, they just don't become interested in it and it reverts back to us. But we just don't want to lose that first opportunity.
I'll look to other speakers and certainly provide with an opportunity to sum up as well. I see Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Helmer. I'll speak to this as well. Councillor Van Holst. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, and I'm very happy to second Councillor Park's amendment here. I heard we talk a lot about economic opportunities around the horseshoe here, and without a doubt it's important, but the environment is also important. I think we can do a lot more as a council protecting the environment. We heard from staff that it's a guideline. It doesn't have to happen. It's a guideline. We can protect this area more than what is being placed. So I'm hoping that you support the amendment. It's again it's a guideline that's being recommended, and I'd like to see us protect more the environmental sensitive areas that we have in the city.
Councillor Helmer.
Thank you, and I appreciate my colleague bringing forward and being prepared with the draft bylaw. I know we discussed it at committee, and at that time I was not totally convinced that this approach of sort of starting with the light industrial and putting the special provisions on to restrict it to a very specific number of uses, conservation works, conservation lands, passive recreation uses, and picnic areas was really appropriate. And one of the things I was concerned about was that through a variance process, perhaps things could be added in later on. And I said at the time that I was going to think about it and have some discussion with our staff. I did support the recommendation. I have thought about it, and I'm even more supportive of the light industrial approach than I was then. I think that this is going to accomplish the same outcomes as zoning it open space. Open space 1, which is what is being proposed by my colleague, Councillor Park, includes a whole range of uses, and we're again using a special provision to narrow it down to the exact same 4 uses. And I think from a land use planning perspective, the important part is that we control the uses in this specific segment of the property. Whether the zone starts with the words OS or LI, I think is the least important consideration. I am also confident that because there's this planning history associated with the file, and we have guidelines and policies to govern what should happen in these bay areas, I like the word appendix better myself, but these bay areas that are adjacent to environmentally significant areas, that if a variance was to come forward, it would be evaluated against all those policies and with this history in mind, and that I don't think it would be granted. And if we had a committee of adjustment that went rogue, you know, we could rein them in, I think, if we had to. So it's a very small piece of land. I think there's an opportunity for something good to happen there where we could see some private stewardship of this particular parcel. And if that does happen, I certainly wouldn't want insisting on the fact that it start with OS, even though the uses are exactly the same, to hold that up. And I think of all the discussion we had when we were talking about how there could perhaps be a private stewardship of this particular area, which is in the transition to the more significant part, I think that's very attractive and that we should support that. So I'm going to support the LI, and I appreciate the discussion and that my colleagues have a different view.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Ms. Presiding Officer. Hope you like that chair. One question and then some comments. The question is to Mr. Lucas. The environmentally sensitive area, the woodlands, all of the green space that we're all concerned about, one way or the other, with this amendment or without, would those spaces be protected?
Your Worship, they are protected. They're protected in addition to being designated as wetlands and open space. There's also very significant buffers that any development of the lands would have to stay behind. It's 30 meters for the wetlands and 15 for the ESAs.
Well, I want to thank Councillor Park for bringing the amendment forward. I did watch the debate from planning. I won't be supporting the amendment. I won't be supporting the amendment because of my concern of unintended consequences. And what we have before us is a unique parcel of land, with some really important green space, some environmentally sensitive areas, some woodland, and also some land that could easily accommodate industrial development. And that's part of our, certainly our industrial land strategy, is to make sure that we have land that is zoned appropriately and that is the right size. And we heard from Mr. Lucas today that 100 acres is the right number. And it's simply marketing. That's all this is. It's getting it on a list. So when potential investors are coming to look to introduce industry here in London and across Ontario, they're going to do a search. And they might put that search as a cutoff at 100. In fact, we hear from the LEDC that they probably will. And so with the best of intentions, we could potentially, by supporting this amendment, reduce the site size below that 100 mark and not even be on that potential investor's radar. By leaving it at 100, the options continue to be on the table. The odds of that investor finding the property are much, much higher, and our ability to protect those environmentally sensitive areas remains the same. And so I won't be supporting the amendment. I will be supporting the recommendation that came through committee. And anyone thinking about supporting the amendment because you think that there's a higher probability that the green space will be protected, please heed the comments from Mr. Lucas, and feel free to ask Mr. Fleming as well. It won't. It's simply leaving more options available for negotiation from a potential investor, and I think an unintended consequence is something we should all be concerned about. If there's someone interested in this land today, tomorrow, down the road, they need to know about it, and they'll learn about it by being this size. So for those reasons, colleagues, I just ask that you vote against the amendment and support the main motion. Thank you.
Councillor Van Hulst.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. And through you, I'll make my comment on this one. I want to thank the mover and the seconder for this, for their concern over the environment. And of course, all of us here care about the environment. And I think we shouldn't assume that there are not other people who care much about the environment, and that there might be industries that also have that concern. So what we may have here is a situation where someone purchases this property because of the ESA, the environmental aspects of this. They may want to have a place that they can protect and do a better job of protecting it if we had just split it off into two little places. They may want to have this for their employees and also to be a part of those attempting to protect the environment. And I think we should leave that open to them and hope that that's what we want, because that would be the kind of culture we're moving towards, is where even our businesses care about the environment. And today we've moved culture forward a bit. I think we've said we want people to think about this city differently and being in this city differently. And I think there's a possibility here too. So I'm not that concerned in this particular situation. I'm hoping that we find a proponent who would go after the site for those reasons. I hope that happens, and for that reason, I won't be supporting the amendment, though I do appreciate it having been brought forth.
Other speakers? Okay, I have no additional speakers. I'll go to the mover of the amendment to sum up.
Great, thank you very much. One of the comments that was raised by EPAC at this meeting was talking about species at risk on the northern portion of the property. And the recommendation that came from EPAC was as such because they anticipated that this appendix of land would be where those species at risk could potentially migrate to, so they could, have a home. The chair talked about unintended consequences, and I think we should certainly put our mind to the unintended consequences of not supporting a motion like this. This designation, though it's passive recreation, is still passive recreation within an ESA. Most of the policies that we have protect ESAs and do not incentivize active uses in ESAs. So again, I think that this is simply the right thing to do. When we put economic development next to environmental protection, clearly economics is going to prevail. My predecessor, Judy Bryant, would talk a lot about the triple bottom line: the environmental, the social, and the fiscal. So I encourage my colleagues to put their minds to that. Why are we putting the environment next to financial gain once again? So thank you for the time and for applauding me for trying.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? You moved the motion. Care to speak, or shall I just call the question?
Well, I'll just reiterate.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll be really simple. Protected woodlot plus protected wetland plus increased buffers plus fewer uses, in my view, leads to greater protection. And then the opportunity of passive use, and I think Councillor Van Holst raised it from an economic development. Businesses are often looking for that and in adjacent to them in such a way that they can create a campus that's attractive both for their employees and for the community.
Okay, I have no additional speakers, so I'm going to call the question. We're voting. This is on the amendment, voting on the amendment.
Closing the vote, and the motion is lost. 2-9.
Okay, thanks, colleagues. And on the main motion? Councillor Helmer, any other speakers on the main motion?
I'll use this opportunity to say all these economic development arguments I find totally unpersuasive when it comes to land use planning. Something I raised when we were talking about at committee, and I wanted to just re-emphasize it because, whether we own the lands or somebody else owns the lands, what we need to do at planning committee is deal with the land use planning and what's appropriate there. That we could have gains from somebody developing on there, that's true of any proposal for anywhere in the city. And I just want to say to my colleagues that I know that these things exist, and that's certainly something we have to consider from the industrial land development strategy point of view. But when it comes to planning, I personally find them very unpersuasive.
Other speakers? Okay, It's moved by Deputy Mayor Hubert. Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 9-2.
Councillor Park, clause 14.
Yes, clause 14, the property at 58 Sunningdale Road West.
Councillor Morgan.
Yes, colleagues, so this is an item in my ward. I came to the planning meeting. It was great that this one was last because I got to see the rest of the meeting. There was something that I raised at the meeting that staff said yes to, and that was this item was referred back. I'm not suggesting we don't refer it back. For consultation with between the civic administration and the applicant. And I said, well, it'd be great if we could have some consultation with the residents as well. They had a petition of about 60 individuals. And this is one of those times where I wasn't on the committee. The committee chose not to be explicit in that. Through a conversation I had with Mr. Kosovas, he saw some value and no aversion to adding that in as a clear direction to his staff to have some public participation or engage, not public participation, but engage with the residents who took the time to come out and share their thoughts. And so I have a proposed amendment to Part A that would reflect that. It certainly doesn't change that the applicant and civic administration would be chatting, but adds in that we would engage with the members of the public who spoke at the Planning and Environment Committee meeting, public participation meeting, which they are indeed looking forward to doing. So I'm hoping that I have a seconder for this particular amendment. And again, I'm not trying to change the direction of the committee, just trying to make that expression that staff would do this explicit in the motion. And Mr. Kosovas.
Moved by Councillor Morgan, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Okay, any further discussion? Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
And 14 is amended. That's been moved by Councillor Park. Let's call the question.
That's weird. Can you put it back up? And we didn't touch
Okay, if you could move that as amended. Thank you, Councillor Park. Second by Deputy Mayor Hubert. Let's actually vote this time. We are voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
Thank you, Councillor Park. Councillor Ridley, 16th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. Of course, we've dealt with one of the clauses already.
I haven't heard of anything that anyone wanted to pull, and I'm looking around, not seeing anything, so I'm happy to put the whole report on the floor. But I feel it's very, very, very important that I draw council's attention to items 3, 4, and 5. And at this time, with the indulgence of the chair, I would like Ms. Livingston to explain in very brief terms exactly what she's accomplished here.
Good news, and did you bring the money tree?
No money tree, maybe money bags. Through the chair, and thank you for the opportunity, council back in March approved the establishment of 3 new family centers, and with that approval came the use of funds in our Child Care and Early Years Reserve Fund to establish those 3 new family centers in our community. Through the good work of my staff at the provincial level, from an advocacy perspective and an opportunity perspective, we received news that the Ministry of Education would fully fund all 3 of those centers. So essentially what that has done has reduced the drawdown for the city from our reserve fund from 2.9 million down to just about 500,000. That allows us to then reallocate those resources to continue with our effort to build family centers across our community. So this is a very good news story for London. We're seen as a leader in this area, and the province has supported us accordingly.
Thank you, Chair. So 2.4 million saved, going to be invested in other areas in the city. That is awesome news and certainly a reflection of the work of Ms. Livingston's team. And so I wanted to point that out. Also, because I may not have another opportunity, I want to say that this was the last meeting of the Community and Protective Services Committee. And I didn't have opportunity at the meeting to thank staff for all of the work that they did on this committee. I think we accomplished a lot this year, and it was truly a pleasure to work with staff and my colleagues on this committee. So I want to slip that by you, which I've now done. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Okay, that's been moved by Councillor Ridley. Any additional comments, discussion? No, let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 11-0.
Colleagues, we won't be able to deal with the 11th public report of council in closed session at this time, but we can deal with the 25th report of the SPPC. And I'll look to Deputy Mayor Hubert. Do you want to move that?
I have it now. Delighted.
Delighted.
Okay. I think we can put the whole report on since we had such a fulsome discussion yesterday.
Whole report of the 25th SPPC is up. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hubert. Any discussion? This is clause 1 through 10. No speakers. Let's call the question. We can open up that vote. Voting.
Councillor Van Holst. Closing the vote, and motion carries 11-0.
Okay, let's proceed then with the expropriation process that we move to this portion of the meeting. I'm going to ask the clerk to walk us through the steps.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the agenda under communications, you'll note that there's 2 reports, number 1 and 2, from the Managing Director, Environmental Engineering Service and City Engineer, both related to the expropriation of lands, Western Road widening and improvements project TS 1489-1. So step 1 of the process is council needs to convene as the approving authority pursuant to the provisions of the Expropriation Act as amended for the purpose of considering communication number 1 from the Managing Director, Environmental Engineering Services and City Engineer with respect to the expropriation of lands for the project known as Western Road Widening and Improvement Project between Oxford Street West and Platts Lane, Project T 1489-1.
So if we could have that motion up on screen, please, for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Ridley. Any discussion? Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 11-0. The next step in the process is to consider the staff report under communication number 1. And if there's any discussions, otherwise to move the recommendation contained in the staff report.
Okay, we'll look for that to come up on screen. Look for a mover and a seconder in a moment. Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? There are no speakers. Let's call the question. We are voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion carries 11-0. The last step in this part of the process is for council to move or the approving authority to move a motion that the meeting of the approving authority be adjourned and that city council reconvene in regular session.
Some are tempted not to do that, but that motion will come up on screen in a moment. That's been moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? There is none. Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0. And under the Act, council is the expropriating authority. So the next step is to consider communication and number 2, which is the second staff report. And whether you wish to debate or consider moving forward with the recommendation contained in the staff report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Saunders. I'll come up on screen in a moment. Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion, any debate? There is none. Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
Okay, colleagues, we do have some business we need to do in camera, but let's deal with the deferred matter. Clause 1, that's the Municipal Council resolution from its session held on November the 8th with respect to the network of Canada 150 community leaders as amended. Come up on screen in a moment. So, colleagues, we're looking for any names to come forward. I know that Councillor Helmer suggested at committee a couple of cycles ago about this being a good opportunity for a young person to have a leadership role. Councillor Park.
Thank you. This might be like Groundhog Day, but I do have a candidate that I had suggested at the last time we had this discussion. Her name is Florinda Argrom. She is a social justice and peace studies student at King's University. She was also my mentee through the King's leadership program that we have as female counselors. This individual has been recognized by the London Public Library for her volunteerism, and she will be representing London in the University of Alberta as a young woman at the Network of Empowered Women, and as a young Muslim woman in London, I think she'd be a great face to this for how Canada celebrates our 150th.
Thank you. So that'll come up on screen. Are there any other individuals we want to nominate from the community to serve? And I'll also look for a seconder on this. Seconded by Councillor Van Holst. Okay, I don't see any other speakers, so thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor. It's been moved and seconded. And I do see a speaker, Councillor Helmer. Go ahead.
Certainly, I'm going to support the nomination that Councillor Park has made. I think sounds like a good representative. We did have some discussion about having a council member and also a staff person designated as part of this network. And if we're going to do that, we better do it now because the deadline is in the beginning of December. And I know we're appointing this one person, which is fine, and I support that. But I want to raise that in case, because of time that's passed, that we forgot about that part. I think there was some discussion of having Ms. Caritas, who gave the presentation about Canada 150, be the staff person, I think was what we talked about. And then there was some discussion about having a council member, which I don't really have a strong opinion about one way or the other.
So I'll look to the mover of the motion.
Sure. I'm happy for that amendment, and if there's a nomination amongst colleagues, I'm happy to take that amendment also.
Okay. Go ahead.
Perhaps I'll ask our staff through you to see if we were to designate Ms. Caritas, whether she would be okay with that. I know she's not here, and I wonder if any of our staff could speak to that.
And I see Ms. Graham has just stepped out of the room momentarily. Based on the discussions that we had at committee, it seemed entirely appropriate. And so I'd be happy to second that name if you like, Councillor Helmer. So we'll look for that to come up on screen as well. And it's a friendly amendment, Councillor Park. Councillor Morgan.
When this will be awkward for me, but when this first came to committee, Councillor Usher had asked if I would do this. What I would first like to determine is if council actually wants a councillor to do it. I think that's the first step. If they do, I'd certainly be happy to do it, but I'd be happy to hear if any of my other colleagues would be interested in it as well. I know that if Councillor Usher were here, he would insist that he'd like a councillor to do it. I'm actually open to the will of the committee. I just thought I'd be willing if others, if first the direction is to have a councillor, I think that's the first step, and if so, I'd be happy to volunteer.
Sure. Recognizing that no other hands are coming up, I'd be happy to nominate Councillor Morgan for this.
Okay, we'll just need to add, assuming the seconder's okay with that, he seems to be quite all right. Okay, let's open that up. We'll get a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Park, second by Councillor Van Holst. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We are voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 11-0.
Okay, colleagues, I'll look for a motion then to go in camera to deal with the matters that were outlined at the beginning of the meeting. I'll ask Clerk Saunders to just provide a summary of what those were, and we'll meet in Committee Room 3.
Yes, Your Worship. The reasons for in camera are the two A and B that are posted on the public agenda, plus the two additional reasons that I described earlier from yesterday's Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee, and one additional reason that was raised by Councillor Ridley earlier.
Okay, up on screen, moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? Let's call the question. We can open that up. We're voting. We'll see everybody in Committee Room 3.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 11-0.
Okay, colleagues, long day. We are coasting to the finish. We'll deal with, well, reporting out on the in-camera session. I'll look to you, Deputy Mayor Hubert, if you could kindly do that.
I'll report out progress on several items that we went in camera for.
Thank you. Any additional inquiries? Emergent motions? Let's get to the bylaws then. I think we have to break a couple out separately due to at least one conflict that I'm aware of. So let's get the bulk of the bylaws up now for first reading. Okay, first reading, this is bills 410 to 436, excluding 421 and 423. This is moved by Councillor Van Hol, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 9-0.
Okay, colleagues, second reading. Moved by Councillor Van Hol, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Any debate, any discussion? Okay, let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 9-0.
Third reading, colleagues, on those bills, 410 to 436, excluding 421 and 423. Moved by Councillor Van Hol, seconded by Councillor Park. Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 9-0.
Let's do Bill 421. That's moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Park. Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 8 with 1 recuse.
Second reading. (421), moved by Councillor Van Hol, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hubert. Any debate, discussion? No, none. Let's call the question. We're voting.
Councillor Armstrong. Closing the vote and the motion carries 8 with 1 recuse.
Colleagues, third reading on Bill 421. That's moved by Councillor Van Holst and seconded by Councillor Helmer. Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 8 with 1 recuse.
Okay, colleagues, almost there. First reading. It's Bill 424? 423, pardon me. Bill 423, moved by Councillor Van Holst, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Let's open that vote up, call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 8 with 1 recuse.
Second reading, colleagues. Moved by Councillor Van Holst, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Any discussion or debate? Let's call the question. Voting.
Closing the vote and the motion carries 8 with 1 recuse.
Third reading, colleagues. Bill 423. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Deputy Mayor Hubert. Let's call the question. We're voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 8 with 1 recuse.
2 long but very productive days. Today was an important day for council and for London, I think. So, colleagues, I look for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Park. All those in favor, thank you very much for a tremendous couple of days.